Test one.
That it's been absorbed into the table itself. So I don't have to redefine, change any source references. Those new rows have just become a table. And that way in Pivot tab, just like before, all I need to do is hit refresh. And there you go. You'll see all of those new rows that were added to the table. Now, if you want to get really advanced, you can take this a step further and actually populate this table based on a link to an external data source like a SQL table or a view that can refresh or update automatically. But for our purposes here, this will certainly get the job done. Now, let's say you change your mind and you don't want this to be formatted as a table anymore. All you need to do back in your table tools and click to range button. And when you do that, click yes. Essentially, we now just have a range of data again. Even though it maintained the formatting of the table, these cells are now technically just part of a range. And when we do that, we have to go back into our pivot. When we change our data source,
the peaks outside, and they're going to win them. But Justify is going to loot, or actually find one kill, and now that's going to be another one down. Cushpoint falls. It's going to be out the Crozier in a 1v5. It doesn't have a chance. It's caught in the bathrooms, and challenge by challenge, 1v1 by 1v1, everything going the way of Texas A&M Maroon. Humber just have not been able to put a stop to these offenses so far.
All right, I want to take a minute and review another concept related to pivot table source data that many Excel users aren't familiar with. That's something called the pivot cache.
But a lot of the success they found earlier today was by their SMGs hitting the middle of the map. Whether that was on the attack or on the defense, didn't make a difference. They were trying to get aggressive in the middle. That has changed.
Duplicate version of that source data.
A&M has not necessarily won the middle over Humber. It's just the fact that Humber's not committing to hitting the same way they were previously, paying a lot of respect to the SMG line of Texas A&M.
Thousands and thousands of rows almost instantaneously, because the pivot is working off of that cache copy, not the actual raw table or source range. Now, there are some very interesting implications to the pivot table cache, one of which is that if we're dealing with static source data, in other words, source data that's not going to change or grow over time, what we can actually do is delete the raw data itself from which the pivot was created and continue to work off the cache as if it never changed. And so that's exactly what I'm going to show you right here. What we're going to head to our pivot table options, and then click Options in the lower left, and drill into this Data tab. And here you'll see 3 checkboxes where it says Pivot Table Data. Now that first check, Save Source Data with File, we want that box checked because we do want our pivot to create and work from a cached copy of our source data. The second box, Enable Show Details, that one is critical because that is essentially going to be our lifeline in case we need to revive that source data. So that's right, you can delete your source data, continue to work with the pivot, and then the best part, if you ever need that source data back, checking this Enable Show Details box will allow you to very quickly and easily recreate that source table. And then this last box, Refresh Data when opening a file, we're going to leave that one unchecked because remember, we're going to delete the actual source data itself, so there really won't be anything to refresh. So check the first 2 boxes, go ahead and press OK. And now check this out. I'm going to right-click our IMDb Movie Database tab. I'm going to actually delete it. Delete, which feels very, very wrong. But watch this. Let's filter down our titles to only Cantonese titles. Looks good. Maybe we pull genre out, or title out, and pull genre in. We've got action and drama films in Cantonese. Let's pull that back to kind of get back to our original view. As you can see, we're working with the pivot exactly like we normally would, even without our source data tab. And the beauty of this is that if we save this file right now, what you'll see is that it's about 1/4 of the size of our original version. And that's because the data still lives there behind the scenes, but it's compressed in memory, not stored in actual rows and columns. So let's say now we realize, oh shoot, we actually have to source tab, or we've got to change a row or a column, or add a calculation that we can't add here in the pivot. If we realize that we need that source data back, there's good news, we can do it. And the first step is to go to Pivot Table Tools, clear any filters here. You can do it manually using the titles with the column headers, or you can go into your Analyze tab, clear filters. Now let's just make sure there are no filters applied anywhere in the pivot. And then I'm just going to scroll all the way down to any grand total cell. I've got 2 here. It doesn't matter which one I click, but if you recall that we checked that cells box, that allows us to double-click the grand total cell just like that. And boom, we've got a new sheet that popped up. That sheet contains a table that includes all of our source data, even fields that weren't included in that pivot table view I just came from. It's got all of our columns. If we scroll down, 37, 34, that's all of our rows recreated or revived straight out of that pivot cache. Now, one interesting thing to note, if you go back to your pivot and you actually click Change Data Source, you'll see that it's trying to reference an actual worksheet that no longer exists in this workbook. But we don't have to do anything fancy. All we have to do is rename this sheet exactly like we did before, IMDb Movie Database. Let's go ahead and drag it to the end. And all I'm going to do now is just format this table exactly like we did before. Let's get these gray banded rows. I'm going to convert it back to a range just so that we're back to our starting point. And all I'll do now is kind of fill in the light blue and green fill for our dimensions and metrics. That should get us all the way back exactly where we started from. And now if I go into our pivot table tools, change data source, boom, it's referencing that exact tab, that same range as always, A1 through R3734. There you go, that's your quick primer on the pivot table cache. Kind of a nuanced topic, but really important to help you understand exactly what's going on under the hood here, and a great way to reduce your file sizes in cases where you have static or unchanging source data. So to wrap up this Pivot Table 101 section, I wanted to include one lecture to talk about how pivot tables are actually working. So in other words, when we pull back that curtain, what exactly is Excel doing behind the scenes to populate these values? So step 1 is about detecting and evaluating coordinates. And by coordinates, I mean the row labels, the columns or measures, and any filters that you can in a pivot table view. So in this case, we're interested in knowing how this number 973 was calculated. We first start by looking at the coordinates that generate it. So in this case, the state is Arizona, the measure is total population, and the filter includes all ages. So those are our coordinates. Given those coordinates, Excel then jumps into the source data and it isolates only the cells that meet those exact criteria. So in this case, there are 5 individual cells or values for the state of Arizona for all ages. Now, once Excel knows which cells meet those criteria, step 2 is about applying any arithmetic. So sometimes you want to return the sum, the count, the max, or the min. In this case, we want to return the average of total population. So given these 5 cells from step 1, step 2 is about applying that average. And then finally, step 3 is when Excel just displays the result. It takes those 5 numbers, adds them up, divides by 5, and that returns the 973 that then gets displayed in the pivot table. So a cool note here, you can actually double click on any specific value in a pivot table, and it will generate a new tab showing the exact source data used to calculate it. This can be a great tool to help QA or just get a better sense of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. So let me show you exactly what that looks like. Back here in our IMDb movie database pivot, let's go ahead and apply some settings. I'm going to pull title out, bring genre into the row labels. Let's just apply some filters here. Let's only look at genres for Australian movies. Let's say we're curious how this $843 million revenue number was calculated. And this reflects the sum of all of the gross revenue for all action movies in Australia. To dive in deeper, all we need to do is double click that cell, B7, and creates this new sheet with a table that's essentially a subset or sampling of our full raw data filtered down based on the coordinates of my pivot table view. So as you can see, column D only includes titles where the genre equals action, and country in column F is filtered down to only show movies from Australia. So now if we scroll over to this gross revenue column, column Q, and select those values, we can see that the sum is 843,261,855. Jumping back to our pivot, 843,261,855. So that tells us exactly how that value is being calculated by showing us the actual subset of data that went into producing it. So let's go ahead and just delete that sheet. This won't change any of our actual source data. Everything else is preserved here in our original movie database tab. But there you go, a nice little tip to better understand exactly how Excel is producing these values. Now that you have a pretty good sense of how to insert and manipulate pivot tables and how to deal with the source data that feeds into them, it's time to start thinking about formatting. And by formatting, I mean customizing the look, feel, style, and design of the pivot table itself. So you may have noticed up to this point that the numbers have been pretty tough to read, and that's because by default, Excel will just apply the general number format, which really has no formatting applied to the numbers at all. This makes it very tough to read large numbers like this, which don't have any comma separators for thousands. There are no dollar signs to indicate that we're looking at monetary data. So the first tip that I'm going to show you in this formatting section is how to adjust number formats. Really easy to do, a couple ways to do it. What I'd recommend doing is selecting the column that you're interested in reformatting, right-clicking the column header, and choosing this third option here for number format. This will launch the Format Cells pane, which should look familiar for pretty much anyone who's spent much time working in Excel. This is where you can customize exactly how you want your numbers to look. A really great tool when it comes to formatting dates or times or percentages. In this case, we're looking at revenue and budget, both of which are currency fields. Default, add this dollar sign here, which is great. And since we're rounding out to whole numbers, I don't need any decimal points. I'm going to drop that down to 0, press OK. So there you go. I can apply the same process to the budget field. One thing to note, you can select the column header, or you can select any individual field from within that column. and it basically accomplishes the same thing. So currency, no decimal places, okay. You can see that even though I had only selected this one cell, the entire field is formatted consistently. What's nice about this is that right now we're looking at the data by genre, so we have a pivot that's 7 or 8 rows tall. If we pull genre out and drag title in, as you can see, the formatting persists no matter how our pivot table grows or shrinks or changes. One quick pro tip as far as number formatting is concerned, there's actually an option that I didn't find out about for many, many years that allows you to customize what to do in the case of blank cells. So in this case, let's manipulate our pivot to see some of those blank cells. Now instead of revenue and budget, let's pull budget out so that we're only looking at revenue. And instead of title as a row labels, let's look at the data by country, by genre as columns. So now we have this two-dimensional pivot table where we're looking at data by country in our rows and by genre in our columns. And as you can see, we don't have data for every combination of genre and country. So for instance, we don't have records of any action movies in the Czech Republic, same with adventure, animation, biography. So if these blank cells bother you and you prefer to replace those blank values with something else, there's an option in your pivot table tools that will allow you to do this. All the way on the left, you'll see this options box. Just click on it, and in the layout and format tab, right here in this format section, there's a box that says for empty cells, show. Right now it's blank. You can change that to anything you want. In this case, I think it's safe if there's no data.
UPS.
It's the equivalent of driving $0 in revenue. So I'm going to change that to 0. Press OK. As you can see, now those blank cells populate with zeros. So certainly not critical. Everything will work properly whether I replace those blank values or not, but it's helpful to know that that option does exist. Next up, I want to talk about table layouts and styles. This is a really important lecture because there are a few reasons why you very well may want to use different types of table layouts, and in fact, default options that Excel provides, in my opinion, really aren't the most useful formats at all. So let's take a walk through and I'll show you what these options are. So again, within pivot table tools, you've got analyze options and design options.
UPS.
So let's focus on the design tab. And here you've got your layout choices on the left and all of your style options to the right. Now the style options really speak for themselves. Just like you can format a table, you can also format a pivot table with all of these different stock templates that Excel provides. Personally, I like to keep it simple. Just go with one of the light options. If you don't want any formatting at all, you can choose the upper left option. Let's just stick with something like this. And then other style options here, you can turn on or off the shading on your row or column headers. You can add banding to your rows or columns just to help differentiate those. Personally, I typically don't use banded rows or columns, but totally subjective, up to you. And then that brings us to the layout options here on the left. I want to take some time to really talk about what these options provide. And to do that, I'm going to reorganize this pivot table just a little bit. And I'm going to pull genre out of the column labels and nest it under country as a second set of row labels. Let's also bring in color, black and white, drag that into the third element. So by default, as I do this, you can see here in the pivot table that it's essentially nesting those dimensions and categories one under the other, all contained within one column called row labels. And this is what we call a compact table style. The default style that Excel will use as a starting point. And if we go up to the report layout options, you can see that compact is the first option here on the list. So one thing that I don't like about compact form is that it combines or condenses these fields such that it becomes very difficult or impossible to apply things like filters or sorting options to these individual fields, because they're all contained within the same row labels. Which brings me to the second layout style, which is actually the one that I prefer by default, called the outline form. And when I switch the table to outline form, it essentially breaks out that one row label column into 3 individual columns, one for each dimension or field here in my row label box. Now I have a column for country, a column for genre.
Hello YouTube, it's Accurate again, back with another video from the home studio, and today I want to talk about the new MPC Live 2.
Sorting options, label filters,
Accurate.
Alright, so the MPC Live 2 replaces the older MPC Live that came out in 2017. And as you can see, the form factor is pretty much the same, but they've added this rather chunky speaker on the bottom of the unit. So judging from the leaks that came out earlier this year, a lot of people thought this was supposed to be an armrest with just a small speaker on the left side, but that's not the case.
how to go through, etc. We're going to talk all
So, how are you guys trying to do a reaction to the Kai NBC Live 2? And yes, I'm going to do it, but I want to purchase this. This might hold money. Don't ask me for anything. It's available already on SpeedFire.com. It is still available right now because you don't have to.
Okay, so we've mastered Power Query. We've gone through the fundamentals of Data Modeling 101. Now it's time to officially meet Power Pivot. Now I'm going to let you in on a little secret, which is that a Power Pivot is just like a normal pivot table, except that it sits on top of an entire data model instead of a single table.
CVGate running on the same MPC software that's inside of XM1. MPC Live 2 is the perfect beat making portable studio so you can take your productions anywhere. So why don't you join me for a closer look at the brand new MPC Live 2. The first thing you'll see on MPC Live 2 is its built-in stereo monitors. You can hear everything from your 808s through to the clarity topping of your highlights with depth and stereo separation. You can turn the monitors on and off by using a switch located at the back of the hardware. MPC Live 2 also features an internal battery which delivers over 6 hours of power so you can be completely portable with your productions. So when you combine this with the stereo monitors, you can really produce wherever inspiration strikes. We've also added a master volume knob directly to the MPC Live hardware so you can control the master volume. MPC Live 2's workflow is delivered by a 7-inch high-definition multi-gesture touchscreen, allowing you to seamlessly create, produce, and edit your productions. You can swipe across the screen, we can add notes and velocity curves with ease. If you want to edit samples, we can pinch and zoom and move across the sample, affect our start and end points, zoom in, zoom out, and edit parameters with ease. If we want to edit our notes inside our piano roll, we can go straight to our grid. We can now use the Touch UI by selecting our tools, and now we can edit our notes. We can add arrays, move notes by using our selector, transpose our notes, or by interfacing with our Touch UI. MPC Live 2 features key function buttons to speed up your workflow, such as notes mode, quantize, so you can now access the parameters and turn quantize off and on. You can also turn on automation, step sequencer. We can go to our grid edit, sampler, sample edit, and SY effects. You can also access note repeat, 16 levels, mixer, mutes, and so on. size, RGB, velocity, and pressure sensitive. You can also fully customize the colors of the pads to your own liking. This is great for organizing your drum kits and for live performance. You can also access pad banks A through to H at the top of the hardware. Simply press the button and select the bank that you require. MPC Live 2 features 4 powerful touch capacitive knobs across 4 banks, allowing you to control all of your parameters in a live or studio environment. We can control parameters inside our plugins, so if we want to automate our instruments, we can do so directly from our tunings. MPC Live 2 includes up to 8 CV gate outputs, allowing you to connect and sequence all of your modular racks fully standalone inside MPC. MPC Live 2 also features many ways for you to bring in your samples. We have an SD reader, we can use USB 3 by connecting external hard drives. We also have a SATA bay so you can store your own internal hard drive so you can have access to your samples wherever you are. Once fitted, simply go to Places, and here you can locate your drives, and now you can access your own projects and samples. MPC Live 2 also features built-in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth technology. This allows us to synchronize our Splice library directly to MPC. We can use protocols such as Ableton Link, or we can put MPC Live 2 into live control mode and remotely control Ableton Live. MPC Live 2 features stereo line instrument inputs, switchable phono, and 6 separate outputs. It also features 2 MIDI ins, 2 MIDI outs, 2 USB 3 ports, USB connection, putting MPC Live 2 into controller mode with the MPC desktop software, and an Ethernet protocols such as Ableton Link, Control, and Splice. Making beats and productions inside MPC Live 2 is a breeze because we're fully standalone and not tethered to a computer. So let's play a melodic sample. We're going to turn on our quantize, and now this is going to put our notes onto the grid. Let's open our grid edit and hit record. Now we've recorded our kick and snare. Let's use no repeat and synchronize our hi-hats to our master tempo by holding down one pad. Now we can double our notes by changing our time division. We can also select all of our notes and move them off the grid to create more bounce to our beat. As I move my data wheel to the right, you can see it's pushing all of my pattern forward. We can do this with individual notes, again taking them off the grid. We can delete notes by holding the erase in the pad, or we can use the eraser tool. And let's press undo, and we can also draw in notes using our pencil icon. Now to play bass lines, we're going to use the iconic 16 levels feature. This chromatically takes a note and assigns it across the 16 pads. For live performance, we can also use features such as track view and pad view to launch tracks directly from the pads. MPC Live 2 allows you to connect and move all your external MIDI equipment, from keyboards to drum machines to external MIDI and CV modules directly to your MPC Live 2 using a USB hub. This will dramatically increase your I/O capabilities. MPC Live 2 is really the perfect solution for connecting all of your studio equipment for live production or live performance. Simply plug your device directly to a USB hub and an MPC Live 2 will instantly recognize the inputs and outputs so you're ready to start your production. You can also trigger all of your MIDI devices directly from the MPC pads using Notes mode, playing chords and scales. You can also control your devices just by touching the cue links, and they will display an overlay telling you what parameters are being assigned, and you can fully assign all of your own controls. From iconic synthesizers through to USB MIDI controllers and MIDI interfaces, MPC Live 2 will become the connection between your studio and your live performance. MPC Live 2 features a powerful step sequencer. This is perfect for electronic music production. You can drive your modular racks by using the CV gate outputs, or use the external MIDI to drive your keyboards via MPC sequencer. Now to access step sequence, press our function button, or we can use the UI. Now we can see our step sequencer. Now we press the pad select, we'll select our kick, and now we can draw in our steps. We can also do this via our pads. Let's start our sequence. And again, let's select a loop, and we'll trigger our loop by entering the step. Now let's select our clap, and again we'll draw our clap in directly to our steps. Now we'll do our hi-hats, and we'll draw across our grid. This is adding velocity in real time. Now we'll go to our next track, which is generating our bass line via MIDI output into Model D. We go to our grid, we can see all the notes that our arpeggiator has generated. Then I'm using our cue links to add reverb to the Model D, which is coming in on MPC Live 2's input. Then we have our drums assigned to a cue link on mute. Now we'll go to our CV gate channel, where we've assigned a filter cutoff gate directly to the Model D. And now we can use our step sequencer to trigger the gate. Now we can add reverb via our inserts. And now we'll mute our drums. Get more reverb, and then make it completely dry. Using MPC Live 2 step sequencer combining with CV and MIDI creates a very powerful standalone production tool for live performance. MPC Live 2 allows you to edit and chop your samples in a breeze with its fast and intuitive workflow without stopping your creative flow. Let's take a closer look. Let's play our melodic sample, press edit sample, and now I can use our touch UI to affect the start and end points. We can also do this using our cue links. As we move down our controls, we can adjust the increment values of the start and end points. If I press trim, again, we can go into our chop mode. So I can now chop this in real time. As I play the sample,
that's not the case at all. In fact, the entire grill here is a stereo speaker. So that's new, and they've also repositioned and added a few hardware buttons on the faceplate itself, and they moved the master volume knob from the weird position in the back to right over here. The MPC Live 2 now has the same CV gate connections as you can find on the MPC 1, and the same goes for the Ethernet connection over here that gives you radio phone. Other than that, the MPC Live 2 and the older MPC Live are really similar to one another. We're talking the same building materials, the same build quality, and I think the overall feel of actually using them to make beats is kind of the same as well. Sure, the MPC Live 2 is a new MPC, but I don't really think it's fair, personally, to view it as this new groundbreaking MPC and expect something amazing new coming out of it. It's an upgrade, kind of similar to how an iPhone 11 is an upgrade from iPhone 10. It's new, and it's better, and it's cool, but it's an iPhone. And the MPC Live 2 is an MPC Live. It's just newer, better, and cool. But it's not really a new product in the same way as this one, the MPC 1. That was new when it first came out. That was a new MPC, new to the market, and new in Akai's product range. They hadn't had anything like this before. The MPC 9, on the other hand, has been around for a while, and this is just the new, upgraded, better version. However, I feel like the overall workflow has been improved a little bit now with the new rendition of the MPC 9 compared to the old one. Just by adding a few more dedicated buttons and rearranging them to make it make more sense, just makes it easier to navigate through the software, which comes in really nicely now with the new 2.8 update as well. And that update is actually kind of a big deal in itself. For anyone who wants to use their MPC as their main device in the studio, it now handles multiple channels of media over the speed connection. So that, together with the CD and gate outputs found on the Live 2, actually kind of makes that a sequencing powerhouse of sorts. Really, the only big thing now that holds back the MPC Live 2 is the fact that we don't see any additional audio ins or outputs in this version compared to the old. We still have 2 line level inputs and 2 phono level inputs, and a switch to go between them, 5 and 6, 3 and 4, and main left and right outputs. Of course, that could be used in some cool and creative way if you just think about how to run stuff, but I plan to make at least one jam video of using the MPC Live 2 in standalone mode and hook it up to my doorless corner in the studio over here. And I'm gonna have the MPC sequence stuff like the Mini Groove 2S OPCV and maybe my Jupiter XM or the Wavestate, maybe a drum booth, drum machine and stuff over MIDI. So the MPC doesn't really have a good way to handle all of those audio sources and sample it or record it at once. So I'm gonna have to use an audio mixer for that, but still, I don't have to involve a computer other than the MPC itself. And to me, it's kind of cool to be able to do all that from the MPC Live 2. Now, before we get into the specifics of the hardware of the Live 2 to check out the buttons, the layout, and what's new about it, let's first of all have a listen to the built-in speaker and compare that to the built-in speaker on my 2018 15-inch MacBook Pro that actually sounds kind of decent for my laptop, and maybe some other Bluetooth speaker that I have here around the house. And of course, it's kind of difficult to give them any sort of justice on a video like this, but I'm just running my camera with my Rode Video Mic Pro Plus on top of it, so hopefully that gives you something. So I guess it doesn't come off too well in that video clip, but you be the judge of the audio quality yourself. All I can say for now is that I get way more volume, definitely way more bass out of the MPC Live 2 than I first expected. Of course, I wouldn't trust it enough to make any important mixing decisions on anything, but it's definitely good for some, normal beat making casual use. Okay, so let's dive in just a little bit deeper into the MPC Live 2 and the hardware specifications. So here we are with the MPC Live on the left-hand side and the Live 2 on the right. Alright, as I'm already...
Hi. In this video, I'll take a look at 3 things: how MPC Live 2 compares to the original MPC Live, and MPC 1, how good its speakers are, and then what's new in MPC version 2.8, in particular in the Autonomous Online Comprehensive MPC version 2.7 tutorial video. In order to keep this video as concise as possible, I won't repeat that tutorial. I'll link to it below. It applies to all 3 devices up to MPC version 2.7. talk about what's going to be going on here. With that said, let's get started. Let's start with a comparison. So the biggest feature of NPC Live 2, and I mean that quite literally, is the built-in speakers. I shine the light into the grill here, and you can see two speakers on each side that seem to be in different angles. The ones in the corners will be an F35 wing more or less up, and the ones further in will be forwards. I didn't open it up, but I guess the center port is responsible for this because you can definitely feel the things when you count it up. I'll show you the results of a speaker test in a bit. Let's take a deeper look at the differences between these. Obviously, the price, which is always subject to change. $700 for the NPC-1, $1,200 for Live 2, Live 1 is $1,000. You get one new and about 800 to 900 used according to the rework launch of this may drive it even lower. The next big difference between the three is that NPC Live and Live 2 have an internal battery, as you can see, are not plugged into anything, and both can be expanded with an SSD plugged in the bottom, whereas NPC-1 does not have an internal battery, nor can it be expanded with a big solid-state drive. That said, you can expand the storage of all three with an SD card or USB drive. In terms of existing internal storage, NPC Live and Live 2 an internal drive with 16 gigabytes of storage, whereas NPC-1 has only 4 gigabytes of internal storage. In practical terms, since 4 gigabytes and even 16 gigabytes is probably not enough for samples we all port, either SSD or SD or USB drive is a must anyway, so I don't think that the internal storage unit is a big deal. In terms of controls, let's start with what's identical. All three have a 7-inch touchscreen and 16 pressure and velocity sensitive pads. Confirms since 4 gigabytes and even 16 gigabytes is probably not enough for the samples we all port, either an SSD or SD or USB drive is a must anyway, so I don't think that the internal storage unit is a big deal. In terms of controls, let's start with what's identical. All three have a 7-inch touchscreen and 16 pressure and velocity sensitive pads, with the pads on the NPC-1 obviously smaller. Whether or not that's an issue for you is a matter of individual preference. I'm not that much of a finger drummer and I'm fine with small pads on the NPC-1. In terms of actual physical buttons, NPC-1 is still king of the hill with 31 buttons, as we counted. Live 2 is a close second with 27, and then Live 1 comes last with 22. However, and again, out of personal preference, I prefer the buttons on the lives than those on one. With that said, the extra buttons on one are quite useful. Here's a little feature requesting nice if you could customize the buttons. For example, in a project that doesn't use multiple sequences, next sequences, and redundant, so it would be nice if I could assign that to something else, or just swap and side effects, shift regular function. The program edit button, here is the program edit button on Live 2, obviously always access it. So if you get used to it, this is what we're doing. Let's take a look at connectivity. First, what they have in common. All have 2 master outputs and 2 inputs. So NPC-1 only has quarter-inch inputs, and then NPC-5 and Live 2 have funnel inputs. So they share the same actual internal bus. You can choose whether you want to use line or phone on each. However, Live and Live 2 have 4 additional quarter-inch outputs that you can route to processing effects, or Live 1 has 3.5 millimeter outputs, NPC-1 has the there's a equivalent output here. Live 2 has a speaker on-off switch, obviously relevant for the speaker. Also, have an SD card slot, where on the line is to the back. One is front, master output of control on the back, NPC-1 and NPC-5. Then CD and the read are only supported on NPC-1, on original line. There are 4 outputs for the CD pairs. The splitter cable here has style splitter cable, it's 2 CDs. Then on to MIDI, 1 MIDI in and 1 MIDI out, NPC-1, 2 pairs on Live 2. You can see since the version 2.8, but now that you can put in a lot of MIDI devices, inputs are also used. You connect the NPCs to the computer using a USB jacks. This is USB 2. These are USB 3, which means that's root transfer and access to the internal SSD drive here in the bottom, which you can get USB Type-A, jacks to connect to controllers, storage, and so on. And then here, 2 which is obviously not computing for you here, as many devices as and finally, in terms of network connectivity, Ethernet link on C1 doesn't exist. The connectivity difference most seen on that is that Live and Live 2 support Wi-Fi and whereas NBC1 is neither. It's Ethernet only. Let's take a look at some other physical differences in terms of size you can see for yourself. As I mentioned earlier, all three share the same size touch screen and the pads feel smaller. Overall, I find that the reason the NPC1 is pretty much always facing forwards, whereas there's a slight left to right motion on the right. However, since the screen on NPC1 is slightly farther away from you if you're sitting down low, the perception is that the screen is bigger. While the form factor, again, is a matter of personal taste. Personally, I like the aesthetics of NPC1 more, but ultimately because the touch screen does get a lot of use in the NPC workflow. Closer to the final word on size, you shouldn't forget the weight. NPC1 is the lightest of the three, 2.1 kilos or 4.7 pounds. That one is 2.7 kilos or 4.9 pounds, and 2 is 3.4 kilos or 7.4 pounds. So yes, this is portable, doesn't require power or a battery, but all three share the same RAM storage, 2 gigabytes of RAM. As of the current firmware version 2.8, full screen audio from the hard drive. If you look at the competitive landscape, there are quite a few samplers that only have 64 megabytes in sample space, which is a small fraction of this. However, there are others like Guardian, which support extremely high samples. Now, I have hinted at this feature as coming, so it's more a matter of when, not if, this product supports streaming. Personally, I think is a lot more. Remember the difference, both drives support digital mind control and NPC1. Okay, let's talk about the speaker. There's no way that I can convey to you exactly how this sounds. If you imagine a sound bar around this size, you'll be able to start imagining what it sounds like. Is it as good as studio monitors? Probably not, but it does have a fine twinkling bass. You can get too loud comfort. You don't need to pick it up to get a feel for what you're creating. As of making this video, Atari hasn't shared any specs about these speakers, and I don't have an adequate tune or tone to predict of flat or what the frequency response of the speakers is, but 2 out of 1 backyard measure. And the reason this works well is because the enemy of copper measurement walls don't exist here. Of course, there are other enemies here, like neighbors barking dog or birds, which is why it's always a good idea to take a few measurements, and please take all of this with a grain of salt. Obviously, this is no professional way to measure speakers. Seems like we start picking in about 7 Hz, and you take a middle level between the peaks and the valleys. It doesn't stray too far from the fine either way into about 10, then it holds up at a lower level until it drops off, completely about 60. This is in my backyard. I made a video about measuring your room. Your room with its reflections in the nodes is probably much worse than this. Now, if you set aside the numbers for a second, like I said, it sounds like a good portable speaker, which most of us actually listen to, which is great, but obviously it doesn't compare to proper studio monitors. One last crude test of a mic at the speaker. Okay, so those are the differences. Now to complete the picture, let's take a look at what's new in version 2.8, because it seems like the guide that addressed many, though not all, feature requests people have been asking for a while. Before I move on to the big one, which is multi-memory, I just want to talk a bit about a few of the small ones that really bugged me in the previous firmwares. All of them were cons in my book, and I knocked them out quite nicely. First, the super handy shortcut for changing tracks. So up until now, you had to press the track somewhere on the screen, and either turn it on or press and tap. Now you just hold A, and you choose the track either on the screen or using the comments, which is an awesome shortcut. The next thing that really bugged me was that you couldn't know what the keylings did. Now, that may seem trivial, but actually keylings have a lot of multiple modes. 5 of them actually, so they can be project mode and do different things, program, add scene, parameters, or based on whatever's going on the screen. They fix that, disable overlay, and so you touch the keyling, you can see what it does. So these keylings represent 4 out of a group of 16 keylings. You can pull the keyling, different options. Now, if I may be so bold as to ask for consistent behavior along the grid of 4x4 keylings. So currently, as you press this button, you either left to right on 4x4 grid, which makes a lot of sense if it's aligned in columns. But if you want to page that happens to be aligned in rows, for example, like the head parameter, then tapping here moves on to the next one. And then upload the picture that you can see here. So now these release control, these 4 parameters would be good if they were just moving left to right and consistent. The next up, icons, and I'm sure for others obviously as well, that I fixed was that add perform mode was its own thing. Going to the menu, you can find it add perform somewhere, and it would work only as long as you hit it, because other pages get notes. It wouldn't carry on those pages. This meant that you had to do a lot of transposing with thanks if you wanted a drum kit or into a melodic program. That's in the past now. Now it really works nicely. This picture mode, which is right here, not in the menu. Then you choose how you want the patterns to behave, automatic, or chord mode, notes. All the goodies in that perform mode only now works in other places as well. If you're new to NPC version 2.8, you'll have no idea what I'm talking about. Another thing I mentioned that wasn't so hot in 2.7 earlier was the time stretch video. So time stretches, you've got 2, this is the original tempo, and you slow it down. Obviously the more you slow it down, the harder it is to keep it consistent without too much speed. Anyway, so slow down to say this way. We'll do the choppiness there. This is the old algorithm. And it's quite a bit better. Still the choppiness is less. Now this supposedly does take up more CPU power. I can stress test this. This is one clip, about 2%. Let's go here, change that. Not very different. 9 to 10 again, this is just one benefit to the remote because we'll slow it down more, but it's not like it's a major hit. Another neat and helpful function added to NPC 2.8 is retrospective record, basically like everything minus the cancel function, meaning that your NPC remembers what you've done even if you didn't hit record, and if you copy something right, you just shift record and give you a frame. Now let's see how this works. So go into the signature here, play, swing around like this. simple. Just hit shift record, and then it's committed into the timeline. Yet another fun one, you can now program your own custom progressions in the paths. To do that, just create a code. Just do, then go back to play, cancel, go to progression, green, let's just do the progression at 28, read the chords in the progression. There are a bunch of other options, let's just hit do, and if you go to progressions, but those are our chords, and of course are very long with that as well. And the obviously sequence will just chords. There are other small features I won't cover in this video that complement that. Your program is assigning custom MIDI notes, just only for functions. Let's go ahead and look at the big one, which is updates to MIDI capabilities. Now, in the past versions of the MPC firmware, you could sequence external MIDI and CV gear from the MPC, but if you connected controllers or synths into the MPC, they could only control the output track. That has now changed along with the other things. The core idea is that you can now connect multiple devices that can send a MIDI into an MPC and assign each controller to a different track that can be internal sync or sample-based instruments or external instruments. Since I already showed how to sequence external gear in the previous video, I'll keep things simple and control the internal synths. Let's see if we can set up. I've got micro-lab here connected into one USB port in the back. And the reload puts a function kind of general sequencer with the other USB port, both powered by the MPC. If I had additional USB devices, I could use a powered USB hub to connect them, and of course I could also use IPCs. If I go in to the settings menu and put the MIDI sync option over to the options here, go to MIDI sync, you can see that it's already identified the micro lab in one named it by the settings Mover has 4 USB MIDI ports, each with 16 channels. That's overkill for what we need for this setup. I'll just be using MIDI port 1 and port channels on the port. If you connect devices, you can import to the MIDI as well. Anyway, if you look at the options for income of your track is the basic option, which enables receiving notes from these. Control will let you use their knobs to control parameters within the PC as long as you can learn those notes. And then Astra enables the control somebody over the neck. That's on the input, on the output side, the MIDI sends out notes, and I'll be syncing Mover to C's option. So all of Mover's works, all of those codes, obviously, so that's the overall setup that I was talking about. Then on track by basis, each track, which device in each channel you're listening to. And you can see that if you click this door here, see which you've got listening to on each channel. It's small, but it's workable. I can tell what is on track 2. So go to add on track 2, listening to big channel 2, which micro-lab is figure 2. I go to 1. And what we do is that we'll have set to see the video on the Mover maybe can be over here. Mover won't work unless I have clock because I explained it. Anyway, that's fine. Just going to jump at speed for now. So Mover can see clock. So this is information sent from Mover input 1 and 4. This one. The second pattern, you can, by the way, on multiple tracks by doing shift on for the tracks that you want to listen to independent MIDI, and another new feature you can only to only multiple tracks, holding shift to change that MIDI settings. Then the final important piece of information is the options. Here there are 4 options for each refresh, auto, merge, off. Auto here off means that only events that are already recorded are current. In means that incoming events, whether the fact is on or not, all recorded events aren't heard. Auto means that computer incoming nodes in fact is on and recorded nodes isn't on, and merge is with both incoming and recorded nodes. Anyway, the end result of all this is that MPC can now have a brain of a setup that not only tells other instruments what to do, but also listens and responds, which means you can use it as a sound module, and there are 3 channels, and even as a individual. So that's going to your function, play, and not go. This is active, I could always do. So we're going to start turning the tool. So it worked, but it would be a good idea to either trim those notes later on, or watch for overlapping notes moving from one place. So with all these new features and a guy killing off most of my cons, what's that to complain about? Well, there are still only 2 audio inputs on all 3 devices, so it would be nice if the guy could support expanding those with an external audio interface over USB, so that once you build this as a brain of a setup, you could use it to apply events, say the multiple instruments, or record and track multiple instruments live into audio events. Another thing that would be nice to have is a concept of seamless and connectivity in the machine. There's no arranger or I has into the plants. For example, I don't miss much, but I know a lot of people do the ability to screen large samples from the hardware. Beyond that, on the pro side, the MPC platform just keeps getting better. The MPC One is an amazing value at $700, and now you have a couple more options, either a used MPC Live Mark 1 for portability without the CD control and obviously the speaker, or the MPC Live 2 with the best of both of them. It's the drums, and it's more practice a bit. That's basically how you see the MPC as a live speaker, both for internal instruments and external So it worked, but it would be a good idea to have a trim those notes later on, or watch for overlapping notes with the. So with all these new features and Akai killing off most of my clones, what's left to complain about? Well, there are still only 2 audio inputs on all devices, so it would be nice if Akai could support expanding those with an external audio input that is stored USB, so that once you build this brand new setup, you could use it to apply effects, say the multiple instruments, or record and track multiple instruments live into audio effects. Another thing that would be nice to have is a concept of scenes like everything live on the machine. There's no arranger or Akai has printed effects. Finally, something that I don't miss much, but I know a lot of people do, is the ability to stream large samples from the market. Beyond that, on the pro side, the MPC platform just keeps getting better. The MPC One is an amazing value at $78, and now you have a couple more options, either a used MPC Live Mark 1 for portability without CD control and always with a speaker, or an MPC Live 2 with the best of both worlds. Speaker that isn't shabby at all, portability, CD outputs, almost as many buttons as MPC1, but of course, under the price. So that's pretty much it for the comparison between MPC Live 2 and MPC itself. So it worked, but it would be a good idea to have a trim those notes later on, or watch for overlapping notes with So with all these new features and Akai killing off most of my clones, what's left to complain about? Well, there are still only 2 audio inputs on all 3 devices, so it would be nice if Akai could support expanding those with an external audio interface over USB, so that once you build this as a brand new setup, you could use it to apply effects, say the multiple instruments, or record and track multiple instruments live into audio effects. Another thing that would be nice to have is the concept of scenes like everything live on the machine. There's no arranger or Akai has printed effects. Finally, something that I don't miss much, but I know a lot of people do, is the ability to stream large samples on hardware. Beyond that, on the pro side, the MPC platform just keeps getting better. The MPC One is an amazing value at $78, and now you have a couple more options, either a used MPC Live Mark 1 for portability without CD control and always with a speaker, or the MPC Live 2 with the best of both worlds. Speaker that isn't shabby at all, portability, CD outputs, almost as many buttons as MPC1, but of course, under the price. So that's pretty much it for the comparison between MPC Live 2, 1, and MPC1. If you'd like to be insight in this video, consider checking out my ever-expanding book of electronic music ideas, tips, and tricks, available to the people who support this channel on Patreon. If you like if this was useful, don't forget to ring the bell after subscribing to make sure you don't miss the next one. Feel free to ask me anything in the comment section below. Thanks for watching.
Hello YouTube, back with a video. So the MPC that I have right here is super hyped up at the moment, and I'm thinking about making another video where I'm trying to address some good features that you guys said. But I feel really crazy today, so I just want to use most of that and make a Saturday beat. So I just want to keep it simple and not get into the issues too much. I just want to make the beat get simple, chop it up, put some drops on it. Maybe it's something else, and I just need to put some scratching going. Now, first, I want to make it clear that I'm using the MPC One to completely step up the effect. But my ins and outputs are going through my audio inputs, so that way I can sample either the Windows One, but I can also record the next one that I'll be able to interlock it with my distributed video. So let's go. And in the project, and before you do anything else, you can save the sequence here, and before we go, and this goes to some drums also, and this drum, this and the first 5 Hertz is not the golden sample, but I know how it is, and also put one to the so let's count the sample and just okay, we're going to move the sample return and switch it to sample line. Now let's process, normalize. Okay, so now let's go into the sample and start adding spices. And I'm pretty sure that I want to use like these individual notes, so let's just I'm just gonna add the one that I feel like. That's a nice one. That one can be used. So let's look at that. What we can do. I don't know why, I just have a feeling that even bigger. So let's go back to that A again and actually start to try to frame chain my slices a little bit. So I have way more slices here than I can use for the sample, but those just not work nicely. So let's just keep all of this, alright, ship, the drum program, and there we go. Cool. So now let's try the temperature off like that, and try to make it like that, so let's give it a shot. Well, on this one I have there, but that's fine, let's just keep that look as it is and try to jump over to the sample. Just a few minutes. That's two more. Okay, so I really like this one. And let's just put that into the sequencer on the first. Okay, I need to make it shorter, so let's go into the program edit, samples, zoom in a little bit. Okay, so then I can play the rest of the sequence where okay, that slice can actually kind of play like similar. So this is not how normally normally I try to squeeze as many samples in there as possible at once, but in this case I'm building some kind of foundation and yeah. So I think we put a pattern here that uses those a lot, but also that has to be good enough. So let's give that a go. I think that's kind of cool, but I also want to add slightly more from the sample for this. Wow. Yeah, I like that enough, but it doesn't need to be put up by the samples. But I want it in the sequence first, so take that edit, master, and let's change the quality of the mono to and then put as many samples as possible in the maybe the best solution here will be to put it out like that, and also go on. Right, is, this is more, let's just use okay, so I kind of like where this is going so far, but I still haven't used a pitch. So let's try it. Put down a little faster to actually just pitch the pitch something down. That's too much. So as far as the drums and the sample goes, I'm actually kind of happy so far with just four drums, but I think I want to ask. So let's go for the vocal here, and we'll go for Victor. Okay, so another will do for now. And I think it's time to put out this one. My little instruments we do control return to the keyboard. For the single use the keyboard just so you can see the other side. Now I have keys. So let's use this one to try to find some notes that fits the rhythm. So first I can do something else. So I think this is C minor chord, that it is. It is for the one I can do. Okay, maybe I could go down something. Yeah. Just okay.
range. So this is one of those naming convention things that's a little bit tricky to wrap your head around at first, but there's no separate tool called a power pivot compared to a pivot table. We'll be using the same familiar pivot table tools, but the big difference that makes it a power pivot is that it's connected to a data model. So it might sound like a kind of minor difference at first, but this actually enables some pretty incredible benefits. So number one, you can explore massive data sets, so data sets that are too big to fit in a worksheet and have to be compressed into the data model. And two, you can analyze multiple sources and tables in a way that you never could before. So that was always the biggest limitation for me working with pivot tables, is that anytime I wanted any sort of more complex, blended view of performance that incorporated multiple sources of data, I would have to stitch and blend and join that data together in tables or worksheet cell ranges just so that I could point the pivot table to that one source and analyze everything together. With Power Pivot, that's completely out the window. Now we move that whole process of joining and blending data outside of the worksheet and into the data model, where we have much more efficient, much more powerful and flexible tools for doing that. And then the beauty of it is that we can insert a pivot and use the same familiar, user-friendly pivot table tools and options to explore it. So that alone is absolutely game-changing and worth ramping up on these tools in itself. The second difference between a power pivot and a regular pivot table is the ability to create a new type of powerful and flexible calculation using DAX. So we're basically going to take this concept of calculated fields that you may be familiar with or comfortable with pivots, and we're going to add a huge amount of firepower behind that. So in your Power Pivot tab, you'll see a few tools to manage the data model, define new measures, refresh sources. Again, you may need to enable this tab if you don't see it. Just head to File, Options, Add-ins, Manage COM Add-ins. And really the only two buttons that we're going to be focusing on in this entire tab are the first two. And you already know the first one, that Manage Data Model button just takes you right to your data model window. The second one is Measures, and that's where we're going to write all sorts of DAX functions and expressions in the next section of the course. So as far as creating or inserting a Power Pivot table is concerned, two easy ways to do it. Option one is straight from your data model. So in your Home tab, you'll see this button that says Pivot Table, and that just allows you to drop a pivot on a new or existing tab, and you'll see a field list just like this. So it should look pretty familiar. You've got your fields, filters box, your columns, rows, and values. There are some differences, which we're going to talk about in the next video. Now, option two is from the regular old Insert Pivot Table dialog box. The only difference is that now we're going to check that box that says Use the Workbook's Data Model. Press OK, and you end up in the exact same place. So let's pop into our data model and actually insert our first Power Pivot table. Okay, so here I am in the data view of my FoodMart data model workbook. Let's go ahead and start here. And in the Home tab, see right here I've got my pivot table options. If you drill down, it lets you insert other types of objects like pivot charts, tables and charts, flattened pivots. Really just going to focus on pivot table for this course. So press pivot table. It says, all right, you want to drop that into a new worksheet or an existing worksheet. Let's say put it into an existing one, cell A1, press OK. And there you have it. Close my queries box. And there's my field list, which should look very familiar at this point. That's option number one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second option from here in my worksheet view. And it's as simple as going to Insert. I need to deselect that pivot first. Insert, Pivot Table. Use this workbook's data model. That's the key. Whereas all the pivots you've been used to using up to this point have selected a table or range as the source. So why don't we put this one into a new worksheet and press OK. And there you go, pivot table 2 and sheet 2. Two are essentially identical. And there's our field list. So there you have it. We've got our first pivot table. In the next few lectures, we're going to drill into our data model and start exploring the data you have to work with. Let's just go ahead and delete the duplicate on sheet 2. just our one, and we are good to go. So stay tuned for more. Let's take 2 minutes and talk about the differences between a normal pivot table and a power pivot table. Here on the left side of the screen, I've got a screenshot from a normal pivot. Here we're looking at the sum of a quantity metric broken down by day. We're looking at our field list on the right side of the screen. And here's a power pivot version of the same view. We've got a total quantity metric broken down by day. We've got the same filter set above the table, and we're looking at our field list on the right. Now, the obvious difference that you've probably noticed is that in the power pivot version, boom, we've got access to way more tables. The normal pivot version just lists fields within the single table or source that we're pointing to. Power pivot allows us to access any of the fields in any of the tables in our data model and then analyze them based on any relationships that we can find. So that's the most obvious of the differences, but there's one other important difference as well. No more calculated fields. So if you click on the Fields, Items, and Sets button in the Analyze tab of the Power Pivot, you're going to see those calculated fields and calculated items grayed out. Now at first this might make you sad because you wanted to add some calculations, maybe to supplement your analysis, but here's the thing. One of the key features of Power Pivot is this ability to create much more robust calculated fields that we're going to call measures. Now, I've got to caveat it here, another one of those annoying little naming things. If you're using Excel 2010 or 2015, you'll see these referred to as measures. In 2013, you might see them called calculated fields, which is super confusing, but just know that they're the same thing. So, because these measures and because this Power Pivot table interacts directly with the data model, normal cell formulas won't do the trick. So we can't use those A1 grid style cell formulas because we can't point to specific cells in our data model tables. So instead, we're going to learn how to use a new but familiar formula language called DAX, Data Analysis Expressions. And DAX is a formula language designed specifically to work with relational databases and data models like the one we're building right now. So there's definitely a bit of a learning curve with DAX, but the good news is that a lot of the functions will feel pretty familiar because they're based on their cell formula counterparts. So we've got a whole section at the end of the course diving into those common DAX functions. So that's a perfect segue. Next video, we're going to talk about what DAX is all about. Okay, let's talk about what data analysis expressions are all about. Now, simply put, DAX is the formula language that drives Power Pivot. And with DAX, you can do a few different things. You can create calculated columns and measures to your model using intuitive syntax. And you can go well beyond the capabilities of those grid-style formulas and functions that you're used to, because these functions are built specifically to work with relational data and data models. Now, the one biggest takeaway on this slide is that there are two places to use DAX. The first place is a calculated column, and you'll see these in the data view of your data model window. You'll always see this extra add column field, and that's where you can use DAX to create brand new calculated columns. The second place to use DAX is a measure, and you can add measures from a number of different places, but we'll be using them primarily in the pivot table window to calculate some really cool new fields. So that's your quick intro to DAX. Up next, we'll do a deep dive into calculated columns, followed by measures. All right, let's dive into calculated columns, the first place to use DAX expressions. Now, as you might have guessed, calculated columns, super simple. They allow you to add new formula-based columns to a table. Very similar to how we added new columns in Power Query using the query editor. Very similar concept here. Now, a couple things to note. There's no A1 style references here. Calculated columns refer to entire tables or columns. Also, calculated columns are computed row by row, and those values that you compute get stored with the table, which does take up memory. So this is fine if you're dealing with reasonably sized data sets, but if you're working with very large data sets, keep in mind that adding more and more calculated columns will slow things down and eat up that memory. And then third, this is probably the most important bullet of the three, is that calculated columns are designed to understand row context. So they understand the row in which they live. That means they're great for defining things like new properties or attributes based on information in each row. So for instance, looking at a product SKU and calculating the category based on that, but they're generally useless for quantitative types of calculations or aggregations like sums or averages or count. I'm going to show you why that's the case in just a second. Now, big important box here. As a rule of thumb, only use calculated columns when you want to actually stamp static fixed values to each row in a table. Or if you can do the same thing in Power Query, that's even better. What you don't want to do is use calculated columns to try to calculate things like aggregations, or to calculate fields that you'd like to use in the values area of a pivot. That's what measures are for, which we're going to cover next. So pro tip, calculated columns are typically used to create fields that you're going to place in the filters or slicers or row label or column labels of a pivot. So these are the types of typically text-based attributes or characteristics that you want to use to filter or segment out your data. Now to create calculated columns, it's very easy. Again, this takes place in the data view in your data model window. And all you do is step one, you select any cell in the add column section, which you'll see on any of your tables. Step two, you enter a DAX function in the formula bar. And we're going to cover specific functions in the next section of the course. And then step three, press enter, and all cells in the column will update. So what that means is you don't write a formula in each cell. You don't write a formula in the first cell and double click or drag it down. You write one formula that applies to the whole column, and it populates in one step. So a little bit of a different vibe than the traditional cell formulas and functions that you might be used to. Now, before we dive into Excel, I just want to show you a quick screenshot with a good example of a calculated column and a bad example. So take this case here. Don't worry if you don't understand the formulas quite yet, but these should look very familiar to Excel formulas. In fact, some of them are identical. So in this case, we've created a new calculated column called price category using a simple if statement. So that price category field evaluates to high if the retail price is greater than 2 and low otherwise. Again, this is just like you write it in Excel. And because the calculated columns understand the rows that they live in, a new value is calculated in each row based on that particular row's price. So this is a valid use of calculated columns. It creates a new row property or attribute that we can now use to filter or segment any related data within our data model. Now on the other hand, consider this calculated column called total revenue, which is a simple sum function of the revenue column in the transactions table. So here we've created that field called it total revenue, and because calculated columns don't understand filter context, which we'll dive into in just a minute, the same grand total is returned for every single row of the table, because calculated columns just aren't good at aggregation. And measures are going to be a much better fit for doing something like this. So this is not a valid use of a calculated column. And because these values are statically stamped onto the table, we really can't filter or slice or subdivide these numbers. All we're left with is the same grand total in every row, which obviously isn't going to be very helpful to us. So with that, let's jump into Excel. And I want to do a couple demos just to start getting us comfortable with this calculated column environment. Okay, so here we are back in our Food Mart data model, and I'm in the pivot table tab at this point. Let's go ahead and click the Manage Data Model button. I'm in the Data tab now. And here we go. I'm going to start in Data View. You see this new column that's appeared called Add Column. You'll see this in every single one of our tables as we click through the different tabs. So I want to start by demonstrating a calculated column that's valid. So why don't we go here into our customer lookup table and scroll all the way to the end where we'll see this add column field. And I can click anywhere in this field, doesn't matter which cell, and select the formula bar to get started. This is where I'm going to write the DAX to produce this calculated column. And for this one, don't worry at all about the formulas we're using. We're going to cover specific formulas soon, but let's say we want to do something like calculate the customer's current age. To do that, we could use something like the dateDiff function, where the starting date is the customer's birth date. So I can just scroll over until I see the birth date column. And again, I can click any one of these cells, and you see how it populates with customer lookup table followed by the birth date column. There's no row 14 reference. There's no column letter. It's just a reference to the table and the column within it. So the dateDiff function, just as a sneak preview, it takes 2 dates, a start date and an end date. In this case, my end date is going to be the today function, which is a volatile function that always returns the current date. And the last piece is the interval I want to use. In this case, I want the age in years, so I'm just going to tab and select year and close out the function. And now when I press enter, it's able to see what their birth date was and compare that against today's date with an interval of years. So this is a valid version of a calculated field. And we can just double click the column header, call it age if we'd like, stamp these values now onto the table, and we can use these age values to filter or segment the data using our pivot table. So thumbs up, that's a good example. Now let's look at a bad example. So for this one, why don't we go to the product lookup tab and click a cell and add column, click the formula bar. In this case, what if we tried to say, let's calculate the average of the product retail price. So average of the product retail price from the product lookup table, and just close the formula. When I press enter, just like the sum example in the slide, this returns the same average value in every single row. And now we can't break this down, we can't segment this data, it's just kind of fixed and stamped there. So not a very helpful version of a calculated column in this example. So easy to remove, simply right click the header, delete the column, press yes, and you're back to the start. So there you go. That's your quick primer on calculated columns. Okay, time for another one of those critical top 5 lectures in the whole course. We're going to introduce DAX measures, which is the second place to use data analysis expression. Now, simply put, measures are DAX formulas that you can use to create dynamic values within a pivot table. Now, like calculated columns, and like any place you use DAX, measures reference entire tables or columns. So again, no A1 style references, but here's the thing. Unlike calculated columns, the measures don't actually live in the table. Instead, you place them in the values area, and only the values area, of a pivot table so that they can dynamically calculate in each individual cell. This works in a very similar way to calculated fields in a traditional pivot table. Now here's the most important concept, is that measures are evaluated based on the filter context of each cell in a pivot. And that filter context is determined by the pivot table layout. So your filters, your slicers, any row labels, any column labels, all of those elements of the pivot table layout create something called a filter context, or a set of filters that determine what value that measure is going to return. Again, this is a similar concept to how you would work with traditional calculated fields. An important thing to remember is that calculated columns work with row context, measures work with filter context. And this is a concept that can get a bit nuanced, but it's critical to really understand it as we start diving into writing DAX measures. So, important box here, rule of thumb, you're going to use measures, not calculated columns, when a single row can't give you the answer. In other words, for fields that require some sort of aggregation. And again, measures can only be placed in the values area of a pivot table. So, pro tip here, use measures when you want to create some sort of value that users can explore within a pivot. So again, it's like the power pivot version of a calculated field. Now there are a few different variations of measures and a few places where you can define them, so we're going to dive into each of those in the upcoming video. Okay, time to talk about something called an implicit measure. Now it sounds very complicated, very scientific, but the good news is this may be the easiest lecture in the entire course. So very simple to do. Looking at our pivot table field list here, step one is to check the box next to a value field in a data table, or grab that field and drag it into the values field of the pivot table. Step two, there is no step two. You're done. You literally just created an implicit measure. Now you're probably wondering, why is Chris focusing so much on measures? This is ridiculous, and it's exactly how I would have created a simple calculated field in a normal pivot table. And you're right. And that's why we've got some important things to note. Now before you start celebrating, there's a catch here. When you drag that raw data field and check the box, and put it in the value section of the pivot, you've created an implicit measure. And there's nothing wrong, there's nothing incorrect about implicit measures. They'll show you the correct answers, but they are extremely limited. So explicit measures, which we're going to talk about next, and which we're going to focus on for the rest of the course, are the measures that we will actually define using DAX, as opposed to these ones that Excel has kind of defined in the background for us. And these are going to give us way, way more flexibility, as well as the ability to reuse the measures that we define in multiple places. So when you drag that quantity field into the values box, in this case, that sum of quantity implicit measure is only accessible in this specific pivot table, nowhere else. When we define explicit measures, we can reuse them anywhere and reference them in other formulas to create something we call measure trees. So from now on, we're just going to say no to implicit measures, period. Okay, shifting gears into explicit measures, there are a couple ways to create explicit measures. There's the lazy way, and there's the proper way. So right now I'm going to show you very quickly the lazy way, and then we won't use this approach ever again through the rest of the course. But I feel obligated to show you just so you know it exists. Now consider this data view from the data model. Note this pane at the bottom, which you may have seen earlier in the course and been a little confused by, which I don't blame you. It's kind of a strange layout, but they call that the measures pane or the calculation area, which you can actually turn it on and off right here in this button that says calculation area in the home tab. And as we start creating measures, they'll start populating down here in the measures pane. See down here, there's actually a revenue measure that has been created for this screenshot, and it just kind of sits down here and it tells you, hey, there's a measure that exists that's associated with this table. Now this is also the pane that we're going to use for this lazy shortcut approach called AutoSum. So AutoSum, it's just a shortcut for creating the simplest of DAX formulas. You only have a few options: sum, average, count, distinct count, max, and min. And basically what you do is you select or click on a cell in the measures pane or the calculation area beneath the table within the column that you want to evaluate or aggregate with the AutoSum function. And then you select whichever function you want from the list, click it, and it creates a new measure that applies that operation to the column. So, pro tip, it's a nice way to get comfortable with very basic DAX. It'll show you what the function looks like in the formula bar, and you can add some quick measures this way. Just don't rely on these when things start to get more complicated. And if you've taken my formulas and functions course, same kind of deal. I don't like to do the click and select from the formula library. I like to do it from scratch because I feel like that's how you learn things best. So we're not going to really rely on using AutoSum much, but let's, just for the sake of demonstration, let's pop into our data model, and I'll show you exactly what this looks like in the context of Excel. Okay, so I am in the data view of my FoodMart data model, and let's go to the transactions table. And down here, you can click and drag to change the size of this calculation area. And again, to turn it on and off, In the Home tab, you can just press it, and then press it again, and it'll appear. And you'll start to see your measures as we start writing them start populating in here. And like I said, this is also where we're going to make our selection to run these auto sum calculations. So I'll simply select a cell under the column that I care about. In this case, I'm in transactions data table. So I want to run it on a quantitative field, so quantity makes sense. I'm going to make sure I'm in the Home tab, and this button right here in the calculations pane called auto sum is going to give me just what I need. So in this case, let's say we wanted the sum of the total quantity sold. Just press sum. There you go, it runs its thing. And it comes up with a measure, named it sum of quantity by default, and that measure just equals the sum of the quantity column. Now, a couple issues with this approach, besides the fact that it's just a little bit lazy, gives it an ugly name by default. So we'd want to kind of rename this, do it right in the formula bar, to something like total quantity. Note that we will talk about DAX syntax quite a bit in the next chapter, but I can do capitals, I can do spaces here. I won't need to use those single quotes because measures, when they're referenced, are always going to be surrounded by brackets no matter what. So that's my kind of style. I like to do measures with proper case capital letters. You kind of write them out with spaces, and that's okay. So the other issue with using AutoSum is that it didn't give me something called a fully qualified column reference. And again, this is a topic that we're going to dig into a bit more in the next chapter. But see how it just says sum of quantity? And remember that we've got a quantity field in our returns table too. So this is taking the sum of the transactions quantity, because this is where we're defining the measure. But to a user seeing this bit of DAX code, it may not be clear which version of quantity they're dealing with. So a fully qualified column reference would say this is the sum from the transactions table quantity column. So it seems like kind of a minor note, but that's an important concept once we start writing some more complicated measures. But let's say we're good with this. I changed the name to total quantity, hit enter to calculate that change. Now it says total quantity. And what's interesting, if we drag it out, you can actually see it doesn't just give you the name, it gives you the actual value of it as well, which is nice. And in the DAX section, we're going to use this for a little bit of QA. But here's the cool part. So we now have an explicit measure called total quantity, and because it's explicit versus implicit, we can use this anywhere in the workbook or in any tool that's connected to this data model. So if we hit the shortcut to jump back to Excel, and we look at our tables here in the pivot table field list and drill into transactions, now we've got that original quantity field. Remember, all of the others we hid from client tools, so you don't see them here. And we've got this additional field with a little FX measure icon next to it for total quantity. And now I can check that box and drag it in, and that gives me the proper explicit version of total quantity versus dragging that and pulling it in as the sum of quantity implicit version. Note that both give me the same answer. Remember, there's nothing incorrect about implicit measures, but we'd rather take the explicit approach like we just did. And then getting rid of these is pretty easy. You can either do it in the Power Pivot tab by managing our measures here. You'll see that one that we just created. Or because we use AutoSum, let's jump back to the data model. You can also select the cell containing the measure in the calculation area, press delete, confirm, and it is gone. Now we go back to our pivot, it refreshes automatically, and our measure is no longer there. So that's the shortcut version, the lazy man's approach to explicit measures. I suppose it's a good way to kind of learn these basic functions, but that's the last time we're actually going to use AutoSum. From now on, we're going to actually write out our measures from scratch. I'm going to show you how to do that in the next video. Alright, now let's talk about the proper way to create explicit measures. So we're not going to use the AutoSum shortcut anymore. Now we're going to actually write DAX to create explicit measures through our Power Pivot tab. So it'll be in the actual pivot table view, not in our data model, when we create these explicit measures. So in your Power Pivot tab, you'll see a button called Measures, and when you click New Measure,
it'll open up the measure dialog box that looks like this. So at the top of the dialog box, you've got information about the measure. Every measure gets assigned to a table so that you know where to find it in your pivot table field list. It's given a measure name. Again, you can use spaces here to choose. You've got an optional description. So that's kind of up to you if you want to use descriptions or not. Generally speaking, I'll add a description for the more complicated measures that might not be so intuitive, but I might just leave it blank for some of the simpler ones. So in the case that we're looking at here, we've defined a measure name called total quantity, just like the one that we created with AutoSum. We're assigning it to a table that's named Food Mart Transactions 1997, and we've given it a description. But a description won't show up anywhere except within this dialog box if we come back and manage our measures. Now, beneath the information, you've got the formula pane, and this contains the actual DAX code that we'll be writing, as well as options to browse the formula library with this little FX button, and check your formula syntax with the check formula button. Now that button is going to become our best friend. We're going to use it pretty much every time we write an explicit measure, even if it's kind of a simple measure, just because it is very easy to make mistakes. And quick note here, just like normal Excel functions that kind of offer that little helper box to guide you through a function, there's a very similar process here with DAX. They call it IntelliSense, and it's actually even more helpful than the traditional formula and function version, because it helps to auto-populate things like formula names, table names, and column names, and it also does a nice job kind of letting you know when your formula is going off track. So, if the formula needs a table as an input and you're trying to write a column, IntelliSense is going to say, hey, stop what you're doing, this is not correct. So really, really helpful, especially as you're learning this language. Now, last but not least, we've got formatting options. These speak for themselves. Just give each measure a number format. If it's a percentage, calculate as a percentage, use currency, comma separations, all your standard formatting stuff right there. And that's it. Then you press OK, and your measure has been defined. So, quick pro tip, in the formula pane itself, you can actually hold Control and then scroll your scroll wheel on your mouse up and down to make that formula size larger or smaller. That's why it looks so big in the screenshot that you're looking at here. So that's the proper way to calculate some explicit measures. Let's jump into Excel, and we're going to basically replicate that total quantity calculation that we just built with AutoSum using the measure dialog box from PowerPivot. Alrighty, we're back in our Food Mart data model workbook. I am in the pivot table view, looking at the PowerPivot tab. And again, this is where I'm going to see that measures button, where I can either manage existing measures or create a new one. So in this case, let's go ahead and create a new measure. Here's that measure dialog box that we just talked about. And in this case, I like to give it a measure name first. And I kind of wish this was first in the list. But we're going to calculate something called total quantity. And because this total quantity is going to sum the quantity field in the transactions table, then it makes sense to assign this measure to that table. Just think about it. If we assigned that to something like the customer lookup, it would drop it into this customer lookup drop-down in that field list, which is very confusing. People won't be able to find it there. So total quantity, we're assigning it to transactions, and for a description, we would say sum of quantity field. All right, let's dive into calculated columns, the first place to use DAX expressions. Now, as you might have guessed, calculated columns, super simple. They allow you to add new formula-based columns to a table. Very similar to how we... All right, time to get our hands dirty with some DAX. But before we go crazy and start writing all sorts of functions, I want to start with the syntax. Now, consider a simple DAX formula like this. Here we've defined either a measure or a calculated column called total quantity, which equals the sum of the quantity column within the transactions table. Let's break this down piece by piece. So it starts with the measure name in gray. And remember, measures will always be surrounded in brackets anytime they're referenced to formulas, so spaces here are okay. After the measure name, start every DAX formula just like a regular cell formula with an equal sign, followed by some sort of a function name. Now, important note, calculated columns don't necessarily need a function, but measures do. So for example, in a calculated column, if you just type a reference to the quantity column within the transactions table, it would return the correct value from the quantity column in each row. Since calculated columns understand row context and since they evaluate for each row of the table. But on the other hand, if you try to use that reference to column as a measure, Excel will return an error because it doesn't know how to evaluate that as a single value in a pivot. You need some sort of aggregation here, whether it's a sum, an average, a min, a max, a count, a distinct count, anything that's going to help you distill that column into a single value that can be displayed in a pivot. So from there, we've got a table name reference in orange, and we've got a column name reference in blue. And together, these form a fully qualified column, since the column name is preceded by the table name. And remember, table names that have spaces, unlike measures, need to be surrounded by single quotes when you do reference them in formulas. So here's an example of a table name without a space, just transactions, and a table name with a space, transactions space table, surrounded by those single quotes. So that's why in the Power Query section, we always use underscores in our table names to avoid having to use these single quotes. So pro tip here, this is from my personal experience. I always try to use fully qualified column names. It can never hurt to include the table name, and it's only going to help make your formulas easier to interpret and understand. But for measures, I just use the measure name. So you don't need to qualify the name of the measure with a table, even though your measure might be assigned to a specific table. That way, not only are your tables and columns easier to read in your formulas, but you can always differentiate them from measures, because measures won't be preceded by table names. Now, up to you if you want to choose your own style. That's the approach that I've taken, and it's been really useful to help organize my DAX functions. Next up, we'll take a quick pass through the common DAX operate. So one pro tip relating to table layouts is using the tabular layout to create new source data. And I'll let you know what I mean by that. So let's say, in this case, we've got our IMDb movie database. A ton of rows of data. It's at the title level with all these different categorical fields and metrics. And let's say, using the pivot, we just want to aggregate that data up to a slightly less granular level. So instead of by title, maybe I just want a table of data that shows revenues by country, by genre. And that's the deepest I want it to go. In that case, I can exclude anything from the pivot that I'm not interested in. In this case, let's pull color and black and white back into filters. And now I've got the data that I really care about. Revenue, by genre, by country. The problem is, if I copy this and paste it somewhere else, it's not in a very useful format. I can't just take this and load it into a SQL table or an Access database. Even if I move it to a new worksheet in Excel, I've still got these blank rows, these totals, repeating values. So this view is helpful from a data exploration and analysis standpoint, but not necessarily helpful in terms of serving as new source data. So what I can do here is change from the outline mode that you're currently in tabular and make a couple adjustments to turn this into a nice clean table that we can use elsewhere. So the first thing I'm going to do is repeat all the item labels, and then I'm going to turn off the grand totals and turn off the subtotals. And there you go. This gives me a nice, clean, tabular format with one line item that shows the country, the genre, and the revenue. This means that there's no overlap, there's no duplicated values, there's no extra blank rows. Now all I need to do is grab this table and move it elsewhere and save that as whatever I need to. CSV, load it into a database tool, whatever it might be. But this essentially has allowed me to aggregate my data at a completely different level of granularity and produce a new raw tabular data set that I can use somewhere else. So another pivot table formatting trick that's very, very easy but not always intuitive is the fact that you can change and customize your column headers. So right now, we've got our row labels which are named exactly what the fields are named, country and genre. But for gross revenue, when you pulled it in, it automatically assigns this label sum of gross revenue. And that will show whatever summarization mode you're using. We'll talk about that more in the calculated value section. But sum of gross revenue isn't a very friendly name. So let's say I want to change that to total revenue instead. All you need to do is select that header label and go up in the formula bar and just type in the new name right there. And it just changes the column header to whatever I choose. The one thing I will point out here is that if I wanted to name this gross revenue, which is the name of the raw data column, I'm going to get this error that says the pivot table field name already exists. So a little workaround here, if I just add space at the end, Excel will treat that as a totally separate value and allow me to drop that in. So little tip there, sometimes you want to use more friendly or more intuitive names for a column, that's how you do it. One of the coolest and most useful ways to customize the pivot table formatting is using conditional formats. So conditional formatting rules can be applied to pivot tables just like they can be applied to normal data ranges. You can access these formatting rules right in the home menu of your screen. And for those of you who aren't familiar with what conditional formatting is, it's essentially a formatting rule that you can apply that's based on the underlying values itself. So for instance, you can use text or value-based formats. Maybe you want to highlight values that are greater than a certain number, or highlight text fields that contain certain text strings. That's one option. You can also use data bars. It's a really great way to visualize relative values, like the blue bars shown here. You can use color scales. Awesome way to make very easy heat maps. Icon sets, up and down arrows, check marks, things like that. And then if you want to get really advanced, in fact, actual formula-based formatting rules. We won't really cover here. If you are interested, check out that section in my advanced formatting function course where we dive into that. So let's jump back to our pivot table and actually test some of these things out. Alright, so back in our IMDb movie database pivot, let's use some conditional formats here. Alright, so to this point, the demos that we've walked through find conditional formats for a pivot table have followed a very similar approach to how we use conditional formats with static pivot itself. But the difference is that pivot tables aren't static. Constantly changing with row labels. Alright, so we've talked about storing objects. Now it's time to talk about filtering. Filtering is one of the most common and powerful tools that you'll be using constantly when you analyze data. And we'll start a title column here and just drill down into sorting and filtering options. And in this lecture, I'm going to talk through two components here. We'll talk about this manual selection box here at the bottom, and then we'll go into the label filters. Those filters that are triggered by text-based criteria. So starting with the manual box here at the bottom, as you can see, it shows me a list of all of the values in the column. In this case, several hundred unique movie titles. And what this option is great for is if you want to pinpoint one or two titles to show in your pivot, or on the flip side, if you want to show your entire list with the exception of certain titles. This is a great way to enable very manual sub-selections of your list that you maybe can't capture with traditional label or value filters. So a really useful part of this tool is first checkbox says select all. What that allows you to do is basically toggle the entire list on or off. That way, if I have them all selected and I only want to show 3 specific movies, I don't have to deselect 400 others to be left with what I want. I just toggle them all off and then turn on just the titles that I want. So in this case, let's say I want these 3 titles, 10 Days of Madhouse, and A Hit About You, and 100 Feet Dalmatian. Manually select those 3, and press OK. There we go. On the flip side, I can select all of my titles, deselect those 3. I'll have a full list minus the 3 that I deselected. So you may be saying, all right, that's convenient because those 3 titles are right at the top. It's very easy to navigate to. Which is a good point, because sometimes you want to find titles that are very somewhere deep in your list. Alright, welcome to section 5, calculated values and fields. Now we're really starting to prove, really starting to unlock the true analytical potential of images. We're starting to get there with sorting and filtering tools, which is really valuable. Calculated values and fields is the first in creating brand new metrics, customizing how we're showing calculated values in the table, and we'll really start opening the door for some much more advanced creative analysis. So let's start simple with summarized values. In every pivot table value field, there's a summarized values by option. And this determines how numbers should be treated and then rolled out to an aggregate. So let me give you an example. So far in this course, we've been spending a lot of time focusing on budgets and revenues for movie titles. Titles can be rolled up or aggregated at higher levels by genre or by country. And when we roll up those revenue numbers, essentially what we're doing is we're adding each of the individual line items, the individual titles that fall within that category, summarizing those revenue numbers to produce some grand total displayed in the table. But here's the thing, you don't have to sum those values up. You use the summarized values by option to aggregate your data or display your data in different ways. So instead of the sum of revenue across data, you can show the count of observations, or you can show the average revenue, or the maximum revenue, or minimum, whatever field you're looking at. The point is that you have different options when it comes to actually summarizing the values. This will be a bit more clear when we actually take a look at the data. So let's jump back to our pivot table and take a look. Alright, here we are back in our IMDb movie database. just like we left it coming out of step 4, and for each of these two metrics, budget and revenue, summarizing the values based on sum. Right-click any value in the column, roll down summarize values by, see that check mark next to the sum. So both budget and revenue are currently being summarized using the sum. Now, because the data is at the title level, looking at titles here, this is the most granular view that I could possibly get. Instead of looking at the title, let's pull that out and drop in genre as a row label instead. Now when you see a number like this, $67.5 billion in revenue, essentially that's summing individual revenues from titles that are categorized within the action genre. But what if we didn't want to show the sum of revenue? In this case, it makes sense, but for the sake of demonstration, let's play with some of these other options. If instead of sum we chose count, you can ignore the dollar sign, but essentially what this is doing is showing the count of rows or observations that fall into this bucket. So 900 means that there are 900 titles in our raw data categorized in the action genre. There are 1,018 comedy titles, 362 adventure titles, and so on and so forth. So that's an example of how something like count actually can be a pretty useful way to summarize the data. Other options are pretty straightforward. You take the average revenue, which instead of summing the title level revenues for action films, taking the average of those revenues, and you can also maximum, it's 760 million, would be the single highest grossing title in the action genre bucket. And vice versa, you can look at minimum, 162, I don't know what that movie is, but it's apparently been used as well. And then finally, we've got some less intuitive or lesser known ones. Take the product, which in this case really doesn't make sense at all. And if you drill into more options, see some additional ones scrolling down. Count only number cells, take standard deviations, variances, and so on and so forth. So to access this menu, just by right-clicking any value in the field, you can also get that menu right down here in the field list, and click this arrow to the right, go into value field settings, and here you go. I've got my summarize option right here. Let's set this back to sum, since that is what makes sense in this particular case. And there you have it. So basic options for changing the way you're summarizing the data as it gets rolled up into the pivot table. When it comes to summarizing values using pivot tables, there's one thing that's extremely important to understand, and it's something that I call the count of track. And if you've been using pivot tables for a reasonable amount of time, I'd be willing to bet that you've run into this issue whether or not you realize it. And to show you what I mean, let's go into our pivot. We'll drag gross revenue out of the field list and then select it to pull it back to value. Now when we do that, you'll see that Excel defaulted summarizing those revenue numbers as sum. So we're looking at the sum of gross revenue. And that makes sense.